Now I'm going to help you. This side of the tape is directed to your conscious mind, the part of your mind where you make decisions and where you are aware of now. I will explain a number of techniques you must use to create patterns of confident behavior. Use these techniques deliberately until they become habits for you. They will provide a framework in which the energy released from your unconscious will be expressed. Your unconscious mind is all the memory, wisdom, and perception that you're unaware of at any one time. It contains all your hidden potential and inner power. On the other side of this tape is a powerful hypnotic induction, which releases the power of the unconscious mind to give you strength and confidence. It will program your mind for success. You should listen to it only when you can relax safely and comfortably and ignore the outside world completely. Each of us is different. We all want confidence, but we all have different lives to live. I would like you to think for a moment now about what you want confidence for. Take a moment or two to think about that. Where will you use it? What changes will it make for you as you are more confident? Let's take a specific example. Imagine a scene in your head now where you are totally confident. Imagine you are seeing a film right now of a time in the future when you're using your confidence to achieve something you really enjoy. Do whatever you would do if you knew you couldn't fail. Just sit back now and watch yourself achieving excellence. Notice how you look, the expression on your face, the light in your eyes. Notice the life, the grace, and the elegance in your movements. Let the camera of your mind move all around the scene and replay it as slowly or as fast as you wish, as many times as you wish, so that you become fully acquainted with every aspect of your presence during a moment of successful achievement. Notice how you're sitting or standing, your expression, and your movement that lets you know that this is a moment of great success. The concentration or happiness on your face, the grace, ease, or commitment of your movements, the sense of mastery. And pay attention here to the sensations in your body, and notice how your body responds to your imagination. Your body responds to all the pictures that are conjured up in your mind, deliberately or accidentally, in exactly the same way. Now, you are going to use this responsiveness. As you continue to visualize this time of confidence, and as you feel the pleasure and power of it, gently and precisely press together the finger and thumb of one hand. Doesn't matter which hand, just do it. Whenever you want confidence, whenever you need to be reminded of your powerful positive potential, repeat that exact same pressure with your finger and thumb, and recall this picture vividly and clearly to stimulate you to be fully in your own power and confidence again. By repeating this gesture every time you think of this image and feel these confident feelings, you are creating an association that will allow you to bring these feelings back whenever you want them. Don't underestimate the power of your mind here. Do this simple but powerful exercise and you'll find it gets easier and easier and more powerful every time. You see, the human mind works by association. When we've experienced two things together for a little while, one will automatically remind us of the other. This associational linking is very powerful. For example, I like traveling, so whenever I go to the airport, I feel that excitement, even if I'm just going to pick someone up. The rule is, repetition is the mother of success. So let's just repeat this mental visualization. Remind yourself of that picture of you being successful and confident. It doesn't matter if it's not very clear at first. Each time you do it, it'll improve. Home in on the part of it that makes you feel best. Magnify that part. Make it bigger, brighter, louder, bolder, brilliant, richer in your mind. Really feel it within you and around you. And when that confidence is at its peak, press your finger and thumb together again in exactly the same way as you did before. And say to yourself, I am confident. And then relax. You are making that finger and thumb pressure into a signal to your unconscious mind to call up that feeling of confidence and power within you. Practice this imagining for at least 3 weeks every day, and then whenever you feel challenged, you can repeat that exact same movement. Concentrate for a few moments and access your inner state of confidence. Do it 21 times in a row. Olympic athletes the world over have used exactly this technique to prepare to win their competitions. Now you can use it. You see, we're all born with confidence. Babies are confident. They cry and they expect to be fed. They explore and they have no fear. We all have the ability to regain the confidence we are born with. And one of the main things we have to do, which is ridiculously simple, is just to make room for confidence. People who've lost confidence feel fear, and so they often hurry to get past things or hang back and avoid them. They speak too little or too fast. And when they feel awkward because they're doing these things, they have a tendency to do them even more. To let ourselves feel confident, we need 2 simple qualities: patience and flexible thinking. A few years ago, I was giving a presentation at a conference. I was on a panel with 2 other speakers, and while they spoke, I was really enjoying relaxing and being a member of the audience. And so it came as a bit of a shock to me when I was called to speak. I went to the rostrum and looked out and saw a huge room full of people looking at me. All of a sudden, I felt my stomach tighten and my hands went clammy and started to tremble. I was very surprised because I'm used to appearing in public, so I wasn't expecting to feel anything like that. So what I did was nothing. I just stood there and I noticed my feelings. First of all, I noticed my breathing, and I got used to standing where I was. I thought for a moment about what I was going to say and how much I believed in it, and I accepted that my body was excited. I was excited. I didn't have to call it stage fright or lack of confidence. I was excited. And that added a spark to my presentation. Then, when I felt ready to speak, I began. Now, this was a fairly simple little incident, but it shows 3 things. Firstly, you never know when you're going to be surprised, because I had no idea I was going to feel anything like that when I stood up. Secondly, it reminded me of the value of patience. I simply took my time to notice what I felt and got used to it. I didn't rush away from my feelings by diving straight into my presentation in a terrible rush. And when I acknowledged how I felt, it wasn't overwhelming. It helped to notice my breathing and to let that be calm as well. Thirdly, I reminded myself that the feeling I felt wasn't good or bad. It was just what I felt. And I could choose to call it fear or stage fright or eagerness or excitement. And I chose to call it excitement. I was reminded of this when I was sent a tape of my presentation, and I heard the pause before I started to speak. That was the pause I took to make room for my confidence. There are lots of ways you can make room for confidence in your life. In conversations, we can practice confident listening. Confident listening is allowing yourself to concentrate fully on the other person's speech. It means that rather than preparing what I'm going to say, I really listen to you. And so often when I listen well, what I need to say, and when it's okay to say nothing, becomes much clearer. When I hear the rhythm of the conversation, I discover that there are plenty of times when silence is appropriate. By listening with patience, I make room for confidence in my conversations. The same is true with actions and feelings. Patience makes room for confidence. Turn your attention outward to the world while acknowledging what you feel. But don't judge or compare or worry. Stay curious. Don't judge yourself or others. Often you don't have to do half as much as you were worried about when you lacked confidence. And when it's time to act, what you have to do is clear and simple. We all use habits a great deal in our life. Some habits help our confidence, others don't. So to increase our confidence, we have to amplify the habits that assist us and eliminate those that don't. Much of our thinking is habitual. It happens all by itself and is just a string of associations. Mostly, we tend to be absorbed in a task or an interest, or afloat on the river of automatic thinking. However, we can affect it. With a little effort, we can redirect our attention. It turns out that associational thinking is very powerful, so this effort has to be made over and over again. At first, it's quite unnerving to discover how easily we can be distracted. But if we repeat the effort over and over again, we gradually find that we affect our patterns of association and also increase our powers of concentration. There's one very important way we need to make this effort. Nowadays, the atmosphere of ideas in which we live is very busy. Messages bombard us from all sides, and not all of them are very healthy. On television and radio, we're asked to buy far more than we can afford, and the news is always full of doom and disaster. To protect ourselves, we learn to ignore a great deal of it so that we're not overwhelmed. But unfortunately, we can also inadvertently ignore the beauty and blessings of life as well. So we must learn to be selective and to reinforce the positive, beautiful messages in our lives so that we nourish the positive and beautiful in ourselves. As we pay attention to the goodness in the outside world, we strengthen it within ourselves. It's also useful to phrase things positively, to use optimistic language whenever possible. I don't mean that we should ignore difficulties or problems, but that we should always look towards the solution, not the negativity. If we use positive words to ourselves and others, we're more likely to receive positive words and messages from them. Try to avoid putting people down or putting yourself down. If you want, you can make a game of cleaning up your language. Do it by yourself or with a friend. Watch out for negative phrases like I can't, or I shouldn't, or I'll never, or I'm just not very good, or starting sentences with but or no. Whenever you hear yourself or a friend use a phrase like that, stop and rephrase it in positive terms. For example, instead of I can't do such and such, use I can learn how to do such and such, or I haven't learned to do such and such yet. There's no fixed meaning in life except the meaning that we bring to it. So let's make your life brighter by looking at things that you've got going for you. Positive thinking becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Every time we pay attention to something, we energize its presence within us. If we pay attention to negative thoughts, we just make them stronger. So they crop up more and more often. But when we pay attention to positive thoughts, we strengthen them so that they return to our consciousness more and more often. Whatever you pay attention to returns to your awareness more and more frequently. So it's vitally important to acknowledge and concentrate on your successes, great and small, and what's really healthy and rewarding around you. Remember, you always get more of what you focus on in life. Here's a way of focusing that power. These questions direct your mind to what's positive in your life, so in order to answer them, you have to experience some of the good feelings that go with the answer. Every morning, ask yourself, what do I feel happiest about in my life? Who or what in my life makes me feel most loved? Who or what in my life makes me feel richest? And if you don't know the answers to these questions yet, ask yourself instead, what could I feel happiest about? Who or what in my life could make me feel richer, happier, or more confident? When you were a child, you may have seen a model railway in a shop window. The train would go round and round the window, across the front and into a tunnel, and then out of the tunnel on the other side, across the front of the window, back into the tunnel, and so on. The conscious mind is a bit like the window. We see the train of our thoughts when it crosses the front of the mind, but the train carries on out of sight and pulls whatever we've seen through the tunnel, the unconscious mind. If we put positive thoughts onto that train when we see it, when it's in our conscious mind, it will automatically take them into the unconscious mind again and again. So whenever you think of yourself, think of your successful self, and the automatic, incessant train of our thoughts will take that positive picture of yourself to your unconscious, and slowly but surely, your fundamental view of yourself will improve, and it will become natural to think of yourself as successful, competent, and confident. Another part of making room for confidence in our life is accepting that there is risk. This may sound odd at first. After all, we often wish that we had so much confidence that we could avoid risk. But confidence isn't knowledge. If we know we can do something, we don't need confidence. We can just do it. We only have confidence if we are not entirely sure, not 100% sure of success, and yet we still have a go. That's the essence of confidence. When there's no risk, there's only certainty. Confidence only comes when there's risk. So we must embrace the risk, recognize it, and realize that it has a place in your life. In fact, it is because of the risk that you can value your achievements, because you achieved them in the face of risk. This is why you can feel good about every step on your path to confidence. Each step is a risk, however small. And as you get used to having confidence, you will realize that you get used to having risks. Risks don't go away. We just learn that we can face it and deal with it. And as we do so, we become more powerful. We learn we can achieve our goals, and we become more confident. Let me show you one more thing that increases your confidence, and it's great fun as well. Think of somebody now with whom you don't feel confident. Imagine them walking in your front door. And imagine they've got a red clown's nose on their face and an orange wig on their head. Or shrink them so they're about 12 inches tall. And call to mind the way they talk. If, for example, it's an authoritarian sort of voice, "You stupid, useless person." Make them sound like Mickey Mouse. "You stupid, useless person." Or make them have a sexy voice. "You stupid, useless person." Really enjoy making them as ridiculous as you want and get used to this way of seeing them, even when you meet them face to face. You'll find it's great fun, and it really changes how you deal with them. It's very empowering and enjoyable to look forward to the success in our future, and the more we get used to it, the more it happens. I'd like you to close your eyes now and fantasize how things would be in an ideal world. Imagine your dreams have come true. You're doing exactly what you want to do. All around you, you can see exactly what you'd like to see. Everything you hear is perfect, and you enjoy what you feel. And as you do this, where in your body does it feel best of all? Locate the feeling and give it a color. Imagine that color glowing there within you. Now, begin to move that color all over your body and spread that fantastic feeling throughout you. Let it permeate your body. Notice how wonderful you can feel just by using your mind like this. Make sure it's around your legs and feet, stomach, chest, shoulders, arms, hands and fingers, neck and face. Make it truly brilliant. Turn up the brightness, feeling joy and energy surging within you. Now double the intensity of that color again and keep that feeling within you. Wonderful, brilliant, bright, fantastic. When you feel good and happy, your non-verbal communications put you in tune with good and happy people. and help other people feel good too, so you create a warm, friendly atmosphere. With this simple exercise, you can actually affect all the world around you. Do this every day and you'll soon notice how it begins to bring out the optimism and enthusiasm in the people you mix with. Remember, happiness and excitement are contagious. So you're going to direct your attention away from comparison with others, away from the barrage of advertising which plays upon fears and insecurities, and away from negative judgments, and steer it towards a positive appreciation of the world and people around you. This inner glow will help you do that. Finally, remember to walk tall. When you've finished using this tape, get up and hold your head up in a comfortable, relaxed position on your shoulders. Let your spine support you. Imagine that a golden thread runs vertically up through your spine and straight up to the sky, and that thread supports you. Let yourself relax, safely held by that thread. This relaxed, upright stance is the natural position of confidence, and it will soon be as natural to you as breathing. So enjoy it. And to give you a rock-solid foundation for your confidence and power, use the hypnotic induction on the other side of this tape every day for 3 weeks, and as often as you want thereafter. Side 2 is a powerful hypnotic induction that will reinforce all the work you've done on this side and will boost confidence at every level of your mind. Whenever you want to relax deeply and totally, go somewhere where you don't have to be aware of the outside world and use side 2 to go into as deep a trance as you need to. Each time you go into trance, the effect gets stronger. So use it every day for 3 weeks. Use it, enjoy it, and you'll find that as your confidence increases day after day, you'll find yourself doing things you used to dream of. Use both sides of the tape every day until you can
Welcome to Celebrating Act 2. Celebrating Act 2 is the user manual for the second half of your life.
It's great to be back with all of you, and one of our favorite people, the brain whisperer, Steve Campbell, and of course, my partner, John Coleman.
Thanks, Art. Hey, Steve, good to see you.
Hello, good to see you again. Always good to see you. It's always a joy.
You know, I was talking with some friends recently about, in particular, children's sports teams. There's still some people who to avoid hurting the self-esteem of the children, they want to, sometimes they keep score, sometimes they don't keep score, but mostly what they do that bothers me is they want to give every kid a trophy so that there are no losers, there are only winners.
Yeah.
And you know, I have mixed feelings about that. I think at a certain age, very, very young, winning and losing isn't important. It's learn to play the game. But there quickly comes a time when, if it's a game, it's designed to have winners and losers. You have to learn to accept that. And I mean, there are good things about sports and competition and winning and losing. I mean, we learn from our losses, don't we? Here's my question for you is self-esteem seems to me something that's very important for all human beings. And yet it also seems to me that it can be misused. You can have too much of it, or misplaced self-esteem. Maybe it'd be a better way to put it. Is that true?
Yeah. Let me start with an observation that's really interesting. The Tokyo Olympics were just completed a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Most of the athletes lost.
Good point.
Only a few won. That's the nature of athletics. Most of us lose. So what do you do when you've been spending your life for this event and you lose? That's where self-esteem comes in. So let's look at some observations about self-esteem. Self-esteem is simply how you see yourself. It's very much connected to your self-talk and your self-images. And your self-images really come from your self-talk. So here's some interesting observations about all that. Number one, our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. What does that mean? What does that mean, Steve? Well, let me share with you a very, very famous study that was done by Dr. Stephen Danish, a psychologist from Virginia Commonwealth University. He studied lottery winners, and he got his doctorate doing this. And he noticed a trend among lottery winners who were impoverished. Do you know what they would do when they won all this money? They'd lose it. A person won $5 million in 2 years, and now he lives in a trailer. Another person won $60 million, and she's on food stamps. Another person used her collateral for a loan which he could not repay. Another person opened his business with $1 million and declared bankruptcy 5 years later. Why did they lose the money? Because their self-images were one of being impoverished. And a person who is impoverished doesn't have money. And there is this real switch there. And the brain couldn't handle it. So they took away and they lost the money. Let's go back. Our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. In fact, we can take that a step further. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. Let me say that again. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. So let me share with you a story of my wife, Mary. For the first 10 years of our marriage, she smoked. And when our children were born, she would go in the backyard into the corner and smoke. She would sit down at a chair and smoke with her Diet Pepsi. And she would say every January 1st, this is the year, this is the year, this is the year I'm going to quit smoking and quit smoking. And it would work for a week, sometimes for a month, and then she'd go back to smoking. Why couldn't she quit? Here's the reason. Because her self-image, one of them said, you are a smoker. And she had had that self-image for 35 years. And her brain would say, well, if you're a smoker, why are you not smoking? And in a week, she would come back and pick up the cigarettes. Then one summer, she flew back to Michigan to watch her father die of emphysema, which is one of the most horrible ways to die. And I picked her up at the airport in San Francisco. She looked at me and she said, you are looking at a non-smoker. And she hasn't smoked since. What did she do? She made a decision. She replaced her self-talk. Notice I didn't say change. I never use the word change when I'm talking about the brain. Why? Because the brain hates the word change. The brain doesn't want you to change. The brain wants to keep you right where you're at, because change always involves something different. It always involves something new. It always involves something risky. It always involves something maybe unsafe. And your brain's job is to keep you risk-free. So when you start using the word change, the brain's going to say, no, 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 don't change, don't change it. So what Mary did is she said, I'm replacing the self-image I have as a smoker with one as a non-smoker. And why is that risky in a way? Because the old self-image is still there. It's up there somewhere, entangled way in the back of her mind. And she could bring that self-image forward anytime she wanted to, but every single time she chooses not to, her brain rewires that self-image so it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. That was 25 years ago. She hasn't smoked since. If I bought her a pack of cigarettes, she would look at me with the strangest look on her face. Why in the world did you do that? I am a non-smoker. Okay? So let's talk about then where our self-images come from. They come from our self-talk. And those self-images determine how we feel about ourselves, which is our self-esteem. So let me give you an example. I loved to draw dinosaurs when I was a little boy, and I have 3 sisters, and one day I spent a Saturday drawing a T-Rex. Took it to my sister Shirley, who's the oldest. She's the expert on drawing because she had her drawings on the refrigerator of our house. And I said, look, and she had her friends with us, and she didn't want to be bugged by her little brother. So she looked at the picture and she said, oh, Steve, that's really stupid. You can't draw. Shirley gave me an opinion, which I then recorded right up here. I can't draw, Shirley says. I did the same thing for Sally. Sally said the same thing. I put another image up here. I can't draw. Then I said, well, I'm going to do this for Mom, except I'm not only going to draw one, I'm going to draw a stegosaurus right on my wall, which I did with crayons, paints, plaster, the whole thing. Ran down to the kitchen, come see. She opened the door. Oh, Stephen, what have you done? You can't draw. What did she mean on the wall? What did I hear? I can't draw. Now, here's the dangerous part. When Mom said I can't draw, and Sally and Shirley, the brain began connecting those 3 opinions. And it created a pattern. And from that pattern came a self-image. I can't draw. And I've been saying that to myself for 74 years. Over and over. Now, this is really important to understand. If I had a desire to draw, I could go to the community college, take a class. I probably wouldn't be great, but I could learn how to draw. I have no desire for that. My desire is to become the best teacher I could possibly become. That's where my self-esteem is. If I decided that drawing is really important, something that I'm not good at, where would my self-esteem go? So what I do is I look for things that I'm naturally good at, which is teaching. Now, here's where it can get dangerous. Let me look at the work of Dr. Maxwell Maltz. Dr. Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon, educated at Columbia University, and he specialized in female facial reconstruction. Women who have been burned, who have been hurt in accidents. When he began his practice back in 1954, he noticed a pattern. He would do the surgery. It was obviously successful. The wraps would come off. Of course, there was still scarring there, but it was obviously successful. And more often than not, the patient would look at the mirror and scream out, "See, I told you it wouldn't work," even though it did. And it took 3 to 6 months for the patient to finally see how successful the surgery really was. Why could not the patient see it in the beginning? Because her image, her self-esteem, had been wired up here all of her life, or since the accident. And it took a number of months for the patient to finally acknowledge, yes, it was successful. I don't have the scarring. I don't have the big bulbous nose. I do look different. That's exciting, and it's scary. What's the scary part? The scary part is this: that your brain believes everything you tell it, without question, no arguments. So, talk about myself. I have always been bald. I was in this horrible accident when I was 19 years old, and the hair all came off. I have not been able to acknowledge that for years and years and years. In fact, I had a comb over, and I saw myself with a lot of hair until I met Mary, my wife. And after being married for about a couple months, she said to me, you know what? I could save you some money by giving you a haircut. And I said, great. We put the chair in the backyard, sat me down, put a towel over my shoulders, and she took the comb over and she just went whap and cut it off. And I screamed. I said, what are you doing? And she said, I can never imagine you with hair. You've never had hair. You've always been bald, and that's why I love you. And what happened after that is when I looked myself in the mirror, I said, you know what? I'm really good looking without hair. That's all right. And my self-esteem came up. Why? Because my self-esteem is connected to my self-images. Now here's the exciting part. Our self-images are coming from what we are saying to ourselves about ourselves. So I said to myself, until I was 25, I'm not good looking because I'm bald. But we can see what Mary did. And she switched it. And I began saying to myself, you know what? I am good looking. And what did my brain say? Oh, okay. Wait a minute, is it true? Did you know your brain doesn't ever ask that question? According to the work of Dr. V.S. Ramachandran out of UC San Diego, he wrote a wonderful book called Phantoms in the Brain. And he showed that we say to ourselves things that are absolutely untrue, but we believe them because the brain does that. And not necessarily have to be true. So I began saying I'm really good looking, bald or not. And that's my self-esteem rose up. And that's how I see myself. So what can we do with that? What can we do with it? Number one, realize that how you see yourself are coming from what you are saying to yourself. Let me say that again. Dear readers, dear listeners, how you see yourself, your self-images, are coming from what you are saying to yourself in the past, no, right now. Why is that so exciting? Because you can replace that. You can replace it. Let me share with you one of my favorite stories to close. And John and Archie, you've heard this story so many times, but it is so effective. I taught math at the University of San Francisco. And after the first day of class one semester, a student came to my office, sat down. She said, Mr. Campbell, I'm really glad you're my professor because I'm a C student in math. I said, what do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. I'm a C student. I said, well, let me work with you. And I did. She got an A in the first midterm. I gave her the test, and she absolutely freaked out. She said, and then she said, oh, Mr. Campbell, this is a mistake. What do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. You must have made a mistake. And I said, I didn't, Sue. This is a genuine A. Then she looked at the test herself, and then her self-esteem just rose, and she said, do you know what this means? And I said, of course I do, Sue, but I want you to tell me, what does this mean? Mr. Campbell, this means that when I flunk my next test, I can still maintain my C. I said, Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, oh, I can't. Why? Where was her self-esteem? Where was her self-image? I am a C student. So I sat down with her. I said, Sue, answer me this. What would you have done if you had flunked this first test? Do you know what she said? She said, easy. I would have studied like crazy to get an A on the next test. Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, I can't. Why? I'm a C student. I've always been this way. I am bald. This is how I was raised. This is the way I think. This is where I get stuck. Or, dear listener, do you know when your old life ended? It ended 1 second ago. So when did your new life begin? 1 second ago. Now do the math. 60 seconds per minute, 60 minutes per hour, 24 hours per day. In one 24-hour period, you have 86,400 new opportunities for a new life every single day. If you live to be 90, those opportunities raise to 2,883,202. All you have to do is take them. It's your choice. Wow.
I love it. I love it. It's your choice. That's great.
So, the next time you're feeling down or you can't do something, talk to your brain. It'll listen.
That's right. That's right.
And
he not only listens, but he decides. He's a captive audience. He not only listens to you, but he believes you. And when you have high self-esteem, like you two guys, and we do also, he does everything to raise that self-esteem.
Right, and also,
what else can I do to have higher self-esteem?
I would suggest to people, if you want to know more about how to raise your self-esteem or change your habits, go to the playlist on YouTube, The Brain Whisperer, and you can put in a search word for affirmations. And by telling your brain what you want it to believe in the right way, you'll have a head start on convincing this thoughtless brain.
That's right.
Was that an oxymoron? Your thoughtless, not an original thought brain, that you are whatever you want yourself to be.
That's right.
For more on Celebrating Act Two, visit our webpage, follow
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now? By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number four, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from. But now we need some place to sell it on. And that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number five, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number six, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number seven, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, Does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using, we're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number 8 will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number 9, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question. Maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over, and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers, because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model. It's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now, we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on, and this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas. And also, of course, our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now, there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially clothes products, for you to sell and resell. And we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on. And the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth. But those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store. And I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you're a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now, this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your supplier's websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your supplier's websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part, without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page, and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case, I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on View Details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now, this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature on eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses: an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons: set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money, and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm going to get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model, and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system, where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Car Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks, you have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things, like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business, is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well, while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now, or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page, using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes, and jewelry, These gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women, because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter. And we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags, and if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags, so it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. The supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the product's URL up here, delete this draft, and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the product's images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the draft to the product section of my store, and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available. They're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them. Or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today, but I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now these aren't the only clothes dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 clothes dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping clothes suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing, all of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're gonna add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know, it'll give you a little warning, and from there you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue, so most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All 3 are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're going to add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add 1 winter glove and 1 dance dress and 1 cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic, so once again you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step in your e-commerce business.
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chichi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows: a white tank, a summer must-have; white jeans, another summer essential; shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, you know, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, you know, the look it needs something. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swap out those slides for these gold platforms. So what I really like about the platforms is that the gold in the platforms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold. I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dance sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, you know, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. You know, it may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you, you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large, and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer, the before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair, that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always offer them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway, but I'm thinking like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comment down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your curves, sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember. So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan colored top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, you know, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange, and I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, you know, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, Make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust, all right? I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, you know, hanging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until, I would say, mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, you know, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works, and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit, and that shirt would act as a really cute cover-up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link, and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video.
This is Rob Johnson, President of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here with Jeffrey Sachs. How would I say, I always smile, and every time we talk, I'm paying homage to the Rommel family. George and Affie Rommel, where we both grew up in Detroit, and our parents were good friends with the respective Rommels, and perhaps that inspired my curiosity, even as an undergraduate at MIT, to learn more about Jeffrey Sachs, and it's been like a North Star beacon for me in thinking about what's important through my entire career. So, Jeff, thanks for being here. I'll describe just briefly. You've done a tremendous amount of work. You're at Columbia University, the highest ranking professor. You ran the Earth Institute for many years. Currently the president of the U.S. Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I would say, just as a signature, I see you always have, there's a gift that I perceive and that I admire and I try to turn people onto about your career. You always seem to choose important questions. People can do all kinds of dances with technique, but how they say they might be fiddling while Rome burns. And you seem to zoom in over and over on things that matter, not just to your country or not just to prestige, but to humankind. And I greatly admire that. I just want to refer, you've written many, many books. We've talked about the age of globalization in one of our previous episodes together, but sustainable development, the two I underscored today because the questions related to the Ukraine that I've seen you writing about in Project Syndicate and other places recently. To move the world, JFK's quest for peace in 2013, and a new foreign policy beyond American exceptionalism. What I see there, first book 2013, second book 2018, is a prescience. You're seeing ahead of the challenges that we're going to have to address. So I'm very excited today that you're with me and we can talk about what you see, what scares you, and what's the way out.
Well, thanks so much. Great. It's great to be with you, and thank you for focusing on those two books. The book about JFK, which I wrote in 2013, was to commemorate an incredible speech and initiative of President Kennedy in 1963, which was just months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, here we are, Rob, the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, with another kind of showdown between the United States and Russia. And so I'm going back to that speech, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, to the lessons that I drew in that book just about every day in my thinking about what events are telling us right now. The 2019 book, A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism, is also directly core to my thinking right now. I do think the United States doesn't get or accept its realistic, constructive place in the world right now, and that this is at least a part of our problem in a world that is increasingly destabilized. I think that both books focus on one fundamental idea, which is that peace is better than war, and peace comes through a constructive engagement with the other side. President Kennedy said in his remarkable speech given at a American University commencement on June 10, 1963, that peace isn't some magic solution. It's not an event. Peace is a process, a way of solving problems. It is a constructive engagement with the other side. It is what I've learned in 21 years of advising the UN leadership. It is diplomacy at its finest. It's not guessing what the other side will do. It's not playing a game theory where you take as given the other party's move, which can have disastrous consequences, but rather you engage. And I think that this has been my central theme, partly from my own life experience of working in cultures all over the world, very different communities, different religions, races, ethnicities, nationalities, geographies. It taught me something about the common fate of humanity, I think. And it also taught me about the wonders of dialogue, communication, and diplomacy. Well, here we are with war, with incredible tensions with China, with the inability to solve major global problems like the increasing derangement of the Earth's climate system. And I believe that in all of these, what we're seeing is a failure of statecraft, a failure of concepts of cooperation, really an application of crude ideas that are like the game theoretic ideas that assume the worst of the other side, for example, and assume you know what's in Putin's mind, assume you know what is in President Xi's mind. And when we behave that way, we get very bad outcomes. So this, I thank you for focusing on those works. And for me, they do reflect my underlying feeling that there's a different way for us to approach global problems, different from what we're doing right now, and it would be much, much safer, more prudent, and more constructive to follow a different approach.
I find it fascinating, just putting like what I'll call pattern recognition. You're talking about what John Kennedy did. I remember the old, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. I took a bunch of courses in arms control and disarmament, and they said that one of the big dangers is when you're failing at home, there's discord. The Bismarck playbook is a metaphor. Find an external enemy so everybody can agree and focus on that. But sitting behind the Bismarck playbook, in the first appendix to that playbook, is the need to cooperate on climate change. So we're not in a place where, forget mutual assured destruction for a moment. We got to cooperate.
Well,
there's another way we can exterminate Earth if we don't collaborate. And then the last thing I'll throw into this mix is a wonderful book by the scholar Orville Schell and his colleague John Delury called Wealth and Power. And what Orville, who's a good friend of mine, said, he said, Rob, we've got a situation where the Chinese went through centuries of humiliation, Opium War, Japanese invasion, etc. America thinks it runs the world and wants everybody to fall in line behind it. To use the Big Brzezinski's metaphor, we have tectonic plates crashing between two philosophical systems at the head table of the G7, or excuse me, of the G20 that used to be the G7. We are in a situation where you can't even play game theory with different philosophical systems because you're projecting things onto your counterpart that may never have been in their imagination or in their training. So you've got this instability, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. You've got the end game of climate, and then you have this tension that centers on U.S. China. But we could bring, why didn't Russia, after the de-escalation, the end of the Soviet Union, and I know you've worked a lot there, so I don't know the answer to this at all, but why didn't Russia get the equivalent of an aid program to integrate them into the EU, regain prosperity, dignity through that? And I'll ask you a question. Is the political economy of the military-industrial complex a little bit of the evil that hides inside this dilemma of danger?
So there's a lot of intertwined issues there. And let me start with the very specific issue of climate change and the energy transformation that we know we need. We need to move to a zero carbon energy system. Excuse me. And that requires actually a lot of long-term thinking and a lot of international cooperation. So every day in the context of the Ukraine war, I'm asked by somebody, and it happened again this morning, what's the implication of the war for climate change? In other words, you see Russia cutting off or threatening to cut off natural gas to Europe, or Europe putting on sanctions on oil and gas imports from Russia. Will this accelerate the energy transition? And the answer is basically no, because it may change the calculus in the very short term. It's actually opening up more coal mines again, or pumping more gas and oil to make up for what has been lost from Russian supplies. Maybe by raising the price of oil and gas on world markets, it's making some new solar projects more economical and financeable. But all of that misses the main point, which is that the real changes we need are long-term strategic changes in the energy system. And that requires a stable, peaceful, cooperative environment. Even renewable energy, to be efficient and effective, needs to cross borders. It needs to be regional, even globally connected in some ways, maybe in the new hydrogen economy. We can't do this if we're in conflict. We won't do this if we're in conflict. So this is the first point, that almost everything of real value for development, and what we now call and should call sustainable development, meaning economic development that is also socially just and environmentally sustainable, requires a long perspective. If you have a short perspective because of huge uncertainties, because of war, because of conflict, then you can't accomplish anything real of the transformations that we need. You can improvise, you can maybe keep your footing in the short term, perhaps, but the truth of the matter is real development of any kind requires years, even decades of hard, continuous work, educating children, building infrastructure, cooperating across river sheds, building power transmission grids that are, again, transnational. And that is a long-term cooperative effort that depends on peace. And we're not getting there right now, partly because our mindsets really are wrong. And unfortunately, what I have inveighed against in the U.S. context is the idea, which is very popular, it's in every speech of U.S. leaders, that the world is safe when the United States leads the world. So primacy, or what the political scientists call hegemony, is really built into the American thinking. I think Henry Luce did an unfortunate thing to America when he, in 1941, christened this as the American century. It was a great turn of phrase, by the way, so inspiring and so ennobling. But it actually basically went to the heads of the permanent state that they took it literally. This is our century. In the past, it was Britain's century in the industrial age of the 19th century, or it was the Mongol century, or it was the Roman centuries. Now it's our century. Oh, what a dangerous way to think about things, because you get way overstretched. You act provocatively without even attempting to understand the other side. And that, unfortunately, is so much of what happened in Europe after the 1990 remarkable transformation. And as you know, I was there. I was physically present in the Kremlin in December 1991. You couldn't even believe, I could not believe, and especially you'd appreciate it, a kid from Detroit sitting in the Kremlin in this huge office, and who walks in the far door? Boris Yeltsin. And he walks across the room, and he sat down right in front of me because I was leading the delegation. And he said, "Gentlemen," because it was all men, he said, "Gentlemen, in the next room is the leaders of the Soviet military, and I have just agreed with them to the dissolution of the Soviet Union." I heard literally those words.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is exactly right. It was weird.
Huge turning.
No, so
Yeah.
I thought, and I had been working in the Soviet Union before that. I was told, I don't know if it's true, that I was the first person to brief the Gosplan leadership in its entirety on the top floor of Gosplan, just outside of Red Square in 1990 to the Politburo leader who headed Gosplan on the transformation to a market economy. And they were taking notes, 50 Soviet leaders on the other side, all with notebooks open, taking copious notes about market economics. But the fact of the matter is, Gorbachev and Yeltsin wanted a common home. Gorbachev, who I regard as the greatest statesman of our age, and who's reviled in Russia for having lost the Soviet Union and for inflation and everything else, he's the greatest statesman of our age because he understood that what we needed was peace rather than a cold or hot wars. And he was ready to even let the system fall rather than shoot people to, quote, save the old system. But his idea, which I know, was a common home from Rotterdam to Vladivostok, that we have a common European home. I believed it. I went to work for his team in 1991, promoting what we called the Grand Bargain, working with Graham Allison, who was then head of the Kennedy School at Harvard, and Stanley Fischer and others. And we recommended a significant financial assistance program to the Soviet Union to support its economic and political reforms. What was the White House response? Complete niet, nothing, nichevo, not anything. We're not doing this. Okay, that was a disaster for, the failure of Western support definitely undermined Gorbachev. Yeltsin emerged after the attempted putsch against Gorbachev, which was in the summer of August 1991. And then I was contacted by Yeltsin's economic leader, Yegor Gaidar, and I came to Moscow. And Yeltsin said to me and said to others, I want a normal country. I want a democratic country with the market economy, and I want normal relations with the world. I said, absolutely wonderful. This is exactly what we want. And, Gaidar, who was then the acting premier of Russia, which was about to become the sovereign country, was meeting with the G7 finance deputies in November 1991. And Russia was running out of foreign exchange reserves. This was a fulminant financial crisis. So I knew a lot about financial crises and their history and their resolution, and worked with Poland a couple of years before. And I suggested to Gaidar, well, look, tell the U.S. and the other 6 deputy finance ministers, you need a standstill on the debt payments because you're running out of reserves. And Russia's about to become an independent country, and we can't have a financial collapse. And he came out of the meeting just absolutely ashen-faced. He said they wouldn't even consider it. They said, you have to pay to the penny. We will not allow anything right now. We're not authorized to allow anything. We will not allow anything. You continue to pay. Russia ran out of reserves at the beginning of 1992 as Yeltsin came to power. In other words, a fulminant financial crisis. I couldn't believe it. I spent 2 unbelievably frustrating years trying to get the U.S. and the IMF to do something, and they wouldn't do anything. And Larry Eagleberger, who was acting Secretary of State, explained to me at one point, said, Mr. Sachs, it's not even about what you're advising. Even if I agreed with it, it's not going to happen. And he said, this is an election year. It's not going to happen. And the truth is, this didn't determine all the future, but God, did it show an attitude of obtuseness in the United States. And I didn't appreciate then that Cheney and Wolfowitz were working on their great neocon illusions that now we're the sole superpower, now we get to do what we want. And they really were working on the next wars because they were going to take away every Soviet ally or Russian ally in the Middle East, knock out Libya, Syria, Iraq. This was a plan already from the early 1990s, according to Wesley Smith. And I didn't know it at the time. I just couldn't believe here we are, this historic moment, a chance to cooperate. No, we're not going to cooperate. We're going to be the sole superpower. And I just found that obtuseness year after year from the U.S. And by the end of the 1990s, I basically had it because I had seen the U.S. now from all sides. I had seen it from the Latin American perspective. I had seen it from the Central European perspective. I'd seen it from the Russian perspective. I'd seen it from the Indonesian perspective in 1997. We just were not a cooperative country that aimed to work with other countries to solve problems. We were the unipolar great power of the world. We were arrogant, and we were not paying attention to what other countries said. And this manifested itself in a number of financial debacles of these countries that had big effects on the world. It also manifested in what brings us to the war in Ukraine today. Though this is a very unpopular view, it's right, and that is NATO enlargement. What John Mearsheimer has said is right. Kissinger said it, and so many other wise people. George Kennan said it in 1997. Don't do this NATO enlargement. It'll lead to a new Cold War. Now we have a hot war. The Secretary of Defense under Clinton was deciding whether to resign or not when he learned that Clinton indeed would go ahead with NATO enlargement, because Bill Perry, who was the Secretary of Defense, said, look, we're starting to improve relations with Russia. Do we really need to risk that right now by peremptory moves of NATO enlargement, especially since unequivocally both the Germans and the Americans had promised Gorbachev and then Yeltsin no enlargement in return for German reunification. Then we lied about it. Well, it's not in writing. We brought out all our lawyers. But good historians know that those commitments were made, and we just want to deny that. And given, the predominance of U.S. government in our media, you can tell any story you want. This is absolutely true. But the long and the short of it, Rob, is that NATO enlargement started. We weren't giving any financial help. We were plotting wars against Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Assad, all the allies of the former Soviet Union, or of the Soviet Union, and then of Russia. Russia has military naval base in Syria, so Assad would be our target, and so forth. No cooperation other than superficial. And in the 1990s, the NATO enlargement started. And then during George W. Bush, well, actually, Clinton did something that, in retrospect, we didn't even see the significance of, but it was hugely significant and misguided. And that was the war against Serbia in 1999 to force Serbia to give up Kosovo. So there was a rebellion of Kosovar Albanians, or Albanian Kosovars, I should say, in Serbia. And the U.S. took sides and said, let them break away. And when Serbia said, no, they're part of Serbia, which is the normal way that diplomacy works, the U.S. bombed Belgrade for several weeks. And we set up the precedent that if you want a breakaway state or you want to weaken the other side, just go bomb them. And then when Russia says, well, when we do this, we're called the crime of humanity, but when NATO does it, that passes as defending freedom fighters. So isn't there no standard or a double standard? But just to carry on to the current day, in the early 2000s, after the Belgrade bombing, and then after 9/11, of course, Bush pushed the enlargement of NATO to, I think, 7 countries under his watch, an extraordinary increase of the number of countries. The Baltic states, to begin with, the Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, if I remember correctly, all during Bush's watch. And then to the shock of the Europeans in NATO in 2008, he said Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. And just take a look at a map. And I encourage everybody to take a look at the map of the Black Sea. What was NATO's idea? What was the U.S. strategic idea? The U.S. strategic idea was basically to own the Black Sea for NATO, because you'd have Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and where's Georgia? All the way over on the eastern side of the Black Sea suddenly is going to be a NATO country, whereas NATO was originally to defend against an invasion by a now defunct, non-existent country in Western Europe. So suddenly it is an expansionary force moving straight across the Black Sea. It reminds me a lot of the Crimean War of the 19th century. Who controls the Black Sea? And, well, one thing has led to another, and we have the war in Ukraine. And if in our media you say, the United States played a provocative war, you're immediately targeted. Oh, you're just purveying Putin's propaganda. Well, this is really nonsense. We need a serious discussion, some context, some history, and we should not have pushed NATO right up against Russia's edge and right around the encirclement of the Black Sea. But we did so, and now we're also paying consequences for this, but especially Ukraine is paying consequences for this.
Yeah. I remember some of my teachers at MIT in that arms control disarmament. This was years after I was a student, but I ran into Bill Kaufman and I said, this doesn't feel like game theory to me. It feels like the chain store paradox, which is you never should engage in each of these things, but you act like you got to do it to show you're tough to the next 3 episodes. But with consequences being so dangerous, first with regard to nuclear war and now with regard to climate, this is madness. And this is not leadership. Why are our leaders so afraid of our population at this juncture that they have to put on this ritual of toughness as opposed to doing what needs to be done?
Did you play the game of Risk the board game Risk? Okay, so the board game Risk really is a marvelous model of how Washington thinking is. You have the map of the world, and the aim of the game is to have your piece on every space of the world. And as you move forward, if you're successful and your armies are advancing into new territory, every new territory you have has borders with the enemy. And suddenly, every new border becomes the conflict zone. Every new border becomes vital for your national security. And so you have to have every space on the board, or suddenly you're at risk. Now, American strategists get this or behave this way. I think it's mind-boggling, because we shouldn't be playing a game of Risk where you're trying to conquer the world. But this is the American strategist approach. And a good example of it is the Solomon Islands. Tiny islands, 3,200 kilometers off the coast of Australia, that had the audacity to sign a security pact with China. And suddenly the United States and Australia are in a tizzy. How dare they? This is a threat to security. And you hear the voices in the U.S. Congress, completely unacceptable that there's a security pact because you give China 1 inch, they'll take the world. But when the United States says, well, NATO should enlarge to Georgia and Ukraine, and Russia says, no, that's a security concern, we laugh. We say, why is it a security concern? We're peace-loving. We're wonderful. And that's their choice. That's not our choice. We didn't say, well, that's the Solomon Islands choice. We dispatched the deputy of the National Security Council to Asia on an urgent mission to express the U.S. displeasure at the Solomon Islands' decision to enter this pact with China. So much, Rob, comes from the unwillingness to really have rules that apply to yourself as well as to others, or to think empathetically, what is the other side thinking? And it comes back, by the way, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think we should talk about that because it's absolutely relevant. Yeah. When Khrushchev put the nuclear or the atomic weapons in Cuba, all of Kennedy's advisors, except Adlai Stevenson, said from the start, you must attack and take them out. We need a military operation. Many things can be said about that, but I think the bottom line is it would have started World War III because the CIA had every fact wrong. It thought that the missiles were not yet operational. It completely underestimated, roughly by a factor of 7, how many Soviet troops were actually in Cuba, how many would be killed in a military operation and so forth. Kennedy did a remarkable thing. He kept asking one question. What is in Khrushchev's mind? What is he thinking? In other words, Kennedy behaved empathetically. It didn't mean he sympathized with Khrushchev. He was thinking, what is Khrushchev thinking? What is his point of view? Does he want war? What is he trying to prove? Kennedy had to learn, actually, the details that there were U.S. missiles in Turkey. What are they? Why are they there? Who put them there? And so on. But by the second week of the crisis, Kennedy realized Khrushchev didn't want war, but he did want to put America's face in it, because the U.S. had its Turkish missiles, or its missiles in Turkey pointed right on the border of the Soviet Union. The U.S. had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs operation and so forth. Kennedy realized, you know what? We got to get out of this by a compromise. You remove your missiles. We remove our missiles. We commit never to invade Cuba again. And that's how the crisis was resolved. It wasn't, we demand victory because Khrushchev has done the most dastardly deed, so we must defeat that man, which is the rhetoric that we have today. Must defeat Putin with his 1,600 active nuclear warheads. We must defeat Putin. This is mind-boggling that even on an anniversary like this, 60 years anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're not taking care to learn the real lessons of how you diffuse a crisis. And you start with empathy. You say, if we care about the Solomon Islands, maybe Russia cares about Ukraine and Georgia in the same way. Maybe we shouldn't be quite so provocative. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about humiliating defeat and so forth. Or maybe we shouldn't be saying this is the worst crime in modern history when the United States is engaged in so many wars of choice. And maybe we should find a way for both sides to stand down.
Yeah. Well, I remember reading Daniel Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine.
Absolutely.
About that there were many nuclear weapons inside of submarines off the coast of Cuba, and we started dropping depth charges on them. And but for, I can't remember the gentleman's name, who overruled firing the missiles, they were terrified. They're underwater, and the depth charges are going off trying to essentially kill them all and drown them all.
Absolutely right.
And this guy wouldn't allow the missiles to be shot. But it's that close. It's that close to extermination.
So reading list for everybody listening, Daniel Ellsberg, The Doomsday Machine, and Martin Sherwin, Gambling with Armageddon, which is the finest book ever written about the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Martin Sherwin tells this story that you're so importantly referring to, Rob. And I think it has many lessons. But what happened is, even after Kennedy and Khrushchev had agreed on the way out, a disabled Soviet submarine in the Caribbean that was out of radio contact, so it had no news, was disabled. It was overheating. It needed to surface just to breathe. Sailors were fainting, and it started to surface, and a jackass in the U.S. Air Force, instead of dropping depth charges, dropped live hand grenades on the submarine as a joke. And he's, we'll scare the hell out of them. So the commander of the vessel ordered a nuclear-tipped submarine to be put into the a nuclear-tipped torpedo to be put into the torpedo bay and called for its launch. And it happened by coincidence that a Soviet party official, a Communist Party official, was on that vessel named Antipov. And he had the ability to override the order of the skipper of the submarine. And he said, no, we're going to surface. We're not going to fire this. And under U.S. military doctrine, described by Ellsberg and by Sherwin, if the U.S. was attacked by a nuclear weapon, even a nuclear-tipped submarine, our military doctrine said we would unleash the full-scale response of a complete attack on the Soviet Union, China, and all of the other countries of the Soviet system. And the estimate was 700 million dead. But what they didn't know was about nuclear winter, because such an attack could have ended life, human life on the planet. We came within seconds of this. We're stupid if we think that things can't get out of hand. Today, I read about a U.S. general saying, well, we may need to break the Soviet blockade of the port of Odessa to let Ukrainian grain supplies. I'm sick of these generals telling us about things that are so unbelievably risky without a proper public debate and understanding, because we could end up in nuclear war. And this is mind-boggling that we are having generals opine on these kinds of military operations, which would be tantamount to direct U.S. war with Russia in this kind of way.
And you're talking about the extermination of life on Earth. I mean, these are not rumors. I've seen in Nature and Science magazine studies of what happens to the upper atmosphere if there's a nuclear exchange. And I encourage many people now. I've been doing a little bit of work with a group called the Quincy Institute, Andrew Basevich.
Excellent.
Hartung in this group, and exploring some of the ramifications for how our military decisions are being made. And it's really quite haunting to try to understand this dynamic as having anything to do with representing the well-being of America or mankind. And
I learned in thinking about American history and politics, which I've been doing pretty much nonstop for 50 years now. It turns out the president's main job in the world is to keep a foot on the brake of the U.S. military machine. because it's like those old cars that are poorly tuned, that though they're in neutral, they're always revving forward and they're always jumping. You take your foot off the brake, the car jumps forward. And good presidents, great presidents, have been the ones to have the foot on the brake, like Kennedy had the foot on the brake in October 1962. Johnson did not have the foot on the brake, and we escalated in Vietnam. We know that Bush, I don't even know if he was in the driver's seat, much less having a foot on the brake, but we went to so many wars. Obama was no good at this either. So this is a real question.
It's a systemic process.
It is like the game of Risk. You're always looking, we're, in Romania and Bulgaria, we're at risk unless we're also in Ukraine. So we better expand. Well, then there could be losses in the eastern Black Sea and the Caucasus. So we better expand to Georgia, et cetera, or the Solomon Islands, or what we're doing in East Asia, and just so much chit chat about war with Taiwan and U.S. war with China and Biden piping off and so forth. All of it is provocative. All of it requires actually our good luck that a president says, no, we're not going farther. Korean War, again, had MacArthur had his way, he would have invaded China. We would have used nuclear weapons at the time. Truman, his right decision, no, stop. He had to fire his top general. This is really the job of the American president, because the underlying revving machine doesn't have a natural stopping point.
Yeah, I remember I had the late Charles Johnson was a good friend of mine, and I was doing a lot of work in Japan at the time, but he was working on the books like Blowback. He wrote that trilogy about the dangers that foreshadowed the attack of 9/11. Saying if you're aggressive, you are going to have these consequences, putting the American people at risk. But let me shift, Jeff, as we're coming down the home stretch, to the relation of all of this to budget and the well-being of America. What concerns me is at the level of medical care. The OECD data shows that America per capita spends more than twice the average in the OECD to have some healthcare system that is ranked 38th in the world by the WHO. The second dimension is we have a baby boom creating a demographic bulge where elder care is going to be a priority. We are going through technological transformation that requires transforming the education system towards knowledge-intensive things. What was his name? Sir Ken Robinson, the most famous TED Talk of all time. How schools kill creativity. We got to change that. That involves investment. Now, we've got this military urge and climate transformation. I guess I worked on the Senate Budget Committee under Pete Domenici, and I'm thinking, how are we going to get all this stuff done if we keep playing these aggressive military games? And how are we going to harness the political economy? I always laughed. Domenici said to me one time, well, you're an economist. You know that thing called Say's Law? I said, yeah. He said, how supply creates its own demand? I said, yes, Senator. He says, well, you watch. Every year when we put up the budget, about the time that the military budgets come up, you're going to see all kinds of news about how dangerous the world is. They're using fear to create their own demand. And Adam Curtis, the BBC documentary, he created a series, a 3-part series that you can watch for free on thoughtmaybe.com, and it's called The Power of Nightmares. And so, Jeff, I'm loading you all up, but you can't sit there and be, how would I say, self-righteous budget hawk, tolerate a military-industrial complex that's spending 22 times what any other country is, neglecting older people, neglecting young people, and letting our healthcare system cost twice what it should. what, and with all the discord of not reconciling those things, the Bismarck playbook comes back into center stage.
Well, one of the expressions of Joe Biden that I really like, though I haven't heard it from him recently for an obvious reason, he said, "Don't talk to me about your values. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values." And what he means by that is where you put your money, that's what counts in the system.
Yeah.
And the United States has really messed up the budget. It spends far too little on many areas, like education, like well-being of children. It spends far too much on other areas, like the so-called modernization of our nuclear fleet, arsenal, when we should be negotiating long-term nuclear disarmament. And in general, our budget is a mess. As you say, also, the way we organized key parts of the economy, like healthcare, is to give private monopolies to a crucial sector, ending up overpaying roughly by a factor 2 for our healthcare. We spend almost 20% of GDP on healthcare compared to roughly 10% of GDP in our peer countries. So I've written a number of books, The Price of Civilization being one of my favorites, about what a budget would look like for a civilized country. And interestingly, and one of the better parts of a speech that Secretary of State Antony Blinken just gave about U.S. Approaches to China, he said the real approach is we need to invest in ourselves. We need to strengthen our capacities in science, education, our well-being at home, because that's what makes us the competitive model vis-a-vis the rest of the world, including vis-a-vis China. And that's true, but we're not doing it. And we have lost the budget debate and the budget narrative in the last 2 years. Biden came in with the idea of a package to build back better. It did not appear. What happens in the United States is essentially key sectors are in the hands of powerful lobbies. And military-industrial complex is one of them. Big oil is another, or fossil fuel industry is another. The healthcare, private healthcare sector is a third. Those are favored by the budget. They are favored by regulation. And areas that don't have such powerful lobbies don't see the light of day. And in general, the United States under taxes, even though we're told all the time that we're being crushed by taxes, the total government revenues in the United States for federal, state, and local are about 30% of GDP, of national income. But in Northern Europe, which ranks much better in healthcare and longevity, in many quality of life indicators, about 45% of GDP. So the fact of the matter is the budget's a mess. And what foundered for Biden in the end, why didn't his package go through? Because nobody wanted to pay for it with taxation. And it all unraveled when Senator Sinema said, I don't want to have a rise of the corporate tax rate. And Manchin said, I don't like that billionaire tax. And we ended up with nothing. Biden ended up empty-handed, ineffective politics, by the way. So I think a president ought to be able to keep a couple senators in the fold, and he failed to do so. And that's part of his job also, is to know how to twist arms or cajole or give whatever side payments for new projects in West Virginia. You get something done, you make a deal, but he could not make a deal. He failed on that. So we have nothing. So we have a budget mess. And by the way, a budget mess also with a mountain of debt, now 100% of GDP of public debt, that's actually consequential. With interest rates going up, the burden of that debt is also going to be quite significant. We need to raise some taxes and we need to restructure what we spend, but we're a blocked political system. So we are not showing a way forward on this, and I'm not holding my breath. Nothing's going to happen. Probably the Democrats are going to lose one or both houses of Congress in the fall. If that happens, I would guess there would be no significant budgetary reform or action until 2025.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I mentioned at the outset that you and I grew up in Detroit, and I remember one of my father's friends said to me, Detroit is the place that America divorced because they wanted to believe in the American dream. And when we had our stresses in the 60s and 70s, things like Tom Subaru's book, The Origins of the Urban Crisis in Detroit, he said they'd had the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, and all the Democrats in the South were afraid to vote to support the transformation of a black majority, black governed, meaning Coleman Young as mayor. So we got divorced we were no longer America. We were a bad example. And you and I have done work together in Detroit and been at numerous meetings. And I often think of the kind of pressures that I remember in 1990, there was this headline in CNN, Detroit is the shadow that looms over the future of America. In other words, it's an indicator. It's an early warning, like the canary in the coal mine, of toxic political economy. And so when I thought about talking with you today, I often go back to my musical origins. There was a guy that actually played my senior prom named Bob Seger.
Oh my God.
And as
well done.
Followed you,
I missed that prom.
I followed you for many, many years as a younger person from Detroit, but with family, mutual friends who were guiding me to look at your example. Bob Seger wrote a song that made me think of you. It's called Travelin' Man. And at the end of the song, as he's reflected on all of this, he says, sometimes at night, I see their faces. I feel the traces they've left on my soul. Those are the memories that make me a wealthy soul.
Wow.
Jeff, you give me that kind of inspiration, curiosity. I follow your work. I have since I was, I guess, a senior in high school. And I think it's amazing how you, after what we might call the woundedness of Detroit, all the things you've described today and all your international involvement remain so constructive. And I'm very grateful for that.
Well, Rob, I'm grateful that we do it together. And thank you for those lovely words. But we've been on a journey together, and your leadership of INET and constructive new approaches to these issues is essential. So I really thank you, and how great to be together with you today.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll, how would I say, pause now and wait for the next turn of events in the next chapter. But I look forward to working with you in the days ahead. And once again,
I'm here with my good friend Tanner, and today we're going to talk about how style affects confidence in the gym. So I'm here with my good friend Tanner, who runs Masculine Style. You are my style coach.
I am.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about style in the weight room, and specifically how it affects confidence. You know, we talk a lot about, you know, people are crazy about the music they listen to in the weight room. If they're going for a big PR or a big lift, they want a specific thing to hear, that they think about the atmosphere around them. They want an atmosphere where maybe there's people watching or clapping or cheering them on, like workout partners. All of that stuff we give a lot of thought to, but we often don't think about the impact that style has, or our clothing specifically has, on our confidence and therefore our performance in the weight room. How does that apply to us?
Yeah, I think that one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, especially men tend to make, is the association or the assumption that my style really only has an impact on the way that other people perceive me. And it's really easy when it comes to, you know, going through a good like prep routine before you try and do a squat PR, that you get under the bar the right way, or you get your, you know, you get your pump music on or something else like that. It's easy for us to understand that the real purpose of that is to get you really present in the moment. And clothing has that exact same effect as well. And so that should be your primary purpose when you think about your clothing, is how can I dress in a way that it makes it so that I'm very present in what it is that I'm doing. That may be so that I feel like I'm performing for other people, or at least that I'm not feeling self-conscious about what I'm wearing. You can't totally omit the fact that other people have an opinion, and you will have that kind of bleed into your brain a little bit. But even more so than that, because even if you, I mean, I've got a garage gym, I work out at home. Yeah. And even just the ritual of putting on, like, these are my gym clothes, or this is what I wear to do this versus what I wear to do that, is different. And if you challenge that idea, I mean, go try and set a PR wearing jeans and a sport coat.
That's
right. Tell me that it doesn't affect your ability to just mentally be present and feel like you're ready to go in and do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, vice versa. One of the things I've learned from you is that I don't wear my gym clothes on my business Zoom calls anymore either. I dress like the CEO of the company that I am. And so for me, figuring out what I need to wear to make me feel more present in the moment first is really important. And then there is a piece of this where I don't want to feel silly, or our viewers don't want to feel silly by whoever else is present in the room. Now, that's not primary for us. For me, I'm training in the garage, or I'm training in my home gym with my wife, who I've been with for almost 30 years. She doesn't really care about the way I look, and yet I've noticed that, like, I try to wear gym clothes that she compliments me on when I wear them, and she does the same for me. Like, she knows that there are certain outfits I'm like, you look great today, and we're the only audience that we have, and so both we feel good about what we're wearing, and therefore we feel like we're ready to perform and more present in the moment. But I also feel like this person who's watching me, this person who I actually love and care about their opinion of me, not the stranger in the gym who I don't know at all and I'll never see again, that I also am being able to do something for them where they're like, man, they look really good while they're performing the lift. So there is a little bit of that as secondary for me as well.
Yeah, it's not to say that it doesn't exist. I mean, you have to be a complete sociopath to say that nobody's opinion of me matters and it doesn't affect my self-perception or my ability to perform or anything to that effect. And so absolutely, but it's secondary instead of primary.
Yeah, that's great. So do you have suggestions specifically about the way we think about the clothes we wear for performance? So not just the presence of or the sort of culturally atmosphere, the way it sets me in my mindset, but how certain things, like, for example, I'll think about things like, I don't want to wear baggy shorts when I squat that are going to inhibit the depth of my squat. I don't want to wear slick t-shirts on a bench press where I'm going to slide down the bench. Have you thought about that much? And then trying to figure out, sometimes those things that are the most functional are often not the most stylish. So trying to find the combination between the two, I think, is really important as well.
Yeah, so basically what you're getting at is the idea that you have two different purposes. You have function and you have form.
That's right.
And sometimes it can feel like they're mutually exclusive. Most of the time they're not. You just have to do a little bit digger deeping. And so function, obviously, with something as physical as what we're doing in the gym is huge. Again, trying to deadlift in a three-piece suit doesn't work. It doesn't work from a form perspective, and it absolutely doesn't work from a function perspective. And so you have to be able to find and wear things that are going to work in that regard. And I think one of the things that's so fascinating about this is you look at even just the different barbell disciplines, where you look at the way bodybuilders dress versus the way CrossFit athletes do, which is different than how powerlifters do. And you get all of these little things that they start off and they're rooted in function, and then from there they start to expand and kind of extrapolate into form, where maybe colors get introduced, or the cuts are a little bit different and the materials may breathe a little bit differently or something else. And so I would say that's when you start to move into the form component of it, is what is it again that is going to make you feel the most confident and competent in the environment in which you find yourself. Because you can dress like a CrossFitter in a powerlifting gym and you're gonna feel some level of self-consciousness because you don't belong in the environment. Or if you're not totally killing it with your physique and you're wearing all the latest, like, most hype beast athletic bodybuilder gear, and there's a dissonance between what your clothing says and what your body says, that creates this self-consciousness. And so it's being able to really just pay attention to and calibrate yeah, again, functionally, what does my clothing do? But then from a form perspective, what is it that's going to make me feel present? What is it that's going to make me feel like I'm sending the right signals to other people and to myself so that I can be there and I can actually focus on the task at hand, instead of always having these little things in the back, like, she's looking at me this way, or this dude's laughing behind my back, or I don't really care, but you spend all this time convincing yourself you don't care, that's where all your mental energy goes. And if you get it dialed, that all disappears, and you just get to focus on the job.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. I like too that you actually talked about like the idea. There is a concept too of dressing for who you want to be, but you can take that too far, right? So you can go like, look, if you are a completely out of shape beginner, you don't have the V-taper of a bodybuilder, but you decide to wear the super short shorts or the Zubaz pants and the string tank top. But you've got the extra side boob coming out. Like maybe you could take one step in that direction, and so a little more form-fitting clothes. Like for me, I remember back in the, when I was a poor college kid, I would just take an old t-shirt, cut the sleeves off, and wear an old t-shirt. But like, and I still have, honestly, I have those. Some of those are in storage as sort of memories of what I used to look like.
Because you've injected all this meaning and symbolism onto them.
But now I like to dress in a way that it's form-fitting, it's tight-fitting, in my shoulders and my arms and my chest. It's got enough drape in the waist. The shorts are not bunchy or in a way that's going to inhibit any of the lifting. The shoes that I wear are, so I'll wear tennis shoes when I bench press. I'll wear squat shoes when I squat or deadlift or press, or knee sleeves when they're appropriate. And even things for me like making sure that the colors coordinate between the shoes, the knee sleeves, the belt, the shorts. And again, some people aren't going to care, but for me, that I'm a little bit OCD, that if I get too many colors that are contrasting in a way that sort of makes me feel weird, then I'm actually thinking about how ridiculous that looks.
And so you're paying attention to that instead of the lift.
And I want to be present. So even for me in the music, I talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I've lifted for so long that I don't come up with a new song to pump me up for every single PR song. People that have watch my videos or listen to podcasts know I listen to Bleeding Me by Metallica. Now, it's not the greatest song in the world. I'm not saying there's anything special.
But it does the job for you.
It's familiarity. It puts me in the present moment. So it's not about screaming rah, 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 slap in the face, adrenaline rush. It's about almost every PR I have ever set for the past 20 years has been set with that song playing. So it takes the focus from here to here. It narrows it. And I've started to have the same thing with my clothes. I have certain clothes that I wear when I want to set deadlift PRs, when I want to set squat PRs, and they're a little different, right? Rachel thinks about, she'll bench press and press with tank tops on, but she won't squat with tank tops on because too much skin is exposed to the knurl on the bar. So so she's gonna wear more of a form-fitting shirt than a tank top. So the combination of clothes that make you feel confident, clothes that make you feel good, and also clothes that are functional for the performance that we're going to do, really ultimately put us in the moment.
Totally.
And as much as music or anything else we're going to do.
Well, and you can even take it and extrapolate it beyond the gym, and you think about anything, you look at any culture and you look at ritual, okay? Whether that's a religious ritual or a civic ritual or something else, and there's always these kind of elements where there's certain body movements that happen. That's what you're doing when you're in the gym. There's certain music or chants or something else that's associated with it, and so that's the same thing that gets you present. And there's always ritual clothing that's associated with it too, because you get the combination of those three things where you take these physical inputs of what you see, what you hear, and what you do when you move, and it affects your state of mind. And so we're absolutely insane to not consciously and conscientiously think of those three elements when we're going through the ritual of making ourselves better in the gym.
Yeah, I love that. One thing which you never mentioned was brand. I'm not trying to impress people with the money I'm spending on my clothes. It's never that, right? And that doesn't mean that there aren't high quality brands out there. We have the brands that we love. We have the brands that don't fall apart. When you're training hard, low quality clothes will fall apart over time. But it's not about having the logo on the shirt or the logo on the shorts or whatever. It's more about all of those other things, the way it makes me feel, the way it performs, like that's what I'm looking for first to be present in the moment.
Yeah, and again, it's finding the brands that even they get it on that level, where it's not this kind of like crass, overt status display, or it's the kind of big name that everybody's associated with. You know, some of my favorites are really the smaller brands like Oliver's Apparel or 10,000 or Kino Clothing or some of these others that they allow the clothing to do the talking both to the audience, but most importantly to you. It's not that I'm a billboard for this particular company.
That's right.
My identity is wrapped up in this brand. It's that the clothing is there to supplement you and who you are, as opposed to you being an advertiser.
That's right, right. And I'm the same way. So I don't have any relationship with clothing manufacturers. I love like Lululemon shorts, like Lululemon pants. They fit really well. I like the way they perform. I wear fresh clean tees or true classic tees, which are no logo tees. They're made to fit tight, tight where they're supposed to be tight, arms, shoulders, not overly tight, drape in the midsection, and they just make me feel better about who I am. I can see myself in the mirror and I just think like, okay, I look the part here. I don't look frumpy. I don't look, you know, messy. And so I love that look. And then, man, this is just another place where the world has completely changed over the last several years. 5-10 years ago, we didn't have options like this. That was it. That's what it was. Like, you would go on and you'd see these ads on social media, and they were for the ridiculous bodybuilding. It was the string all the way, barely, not even covering the nipples. And that, you're like, I'm not gonna dress like that. That's exactly right. So I do love that even fitness clothing now, the way we style in the gym can actually reflect who we are even in the rest of our life.
Totally.
And that's really, really cool. So you've got that opportunity. And so if it's not something that you've thought about, you've probably thought about the music that you listen to. You've probably thought about the gym that you train at, whether that's a home gym or a public gym, a place that's the great atmosphere where people are supporting you and encouraging you. Style should just be another one of those variables that we put a lot of thought in to help us perform and be in the moment.
Yeah, and watch it just key up everything else that you're already doing. It's such a supplement, and there's this synergy of when you get the right environment, the right music, and then you add in the right clothing, and you're better at it.
Yeah, I love it. So for more of this conversation, you've been on my podcast on Barbalogic. We'll link it in the show notes. We actually also, Nikki and I just talked about this in a recent Barbalogic podcast on confidence in the gym. You can check those in the show notes. And for more great tips on accessories, confidence, and how to perform in the gym, just click the link right up there in the corner. See you next time. Hey everybody, you just met Tanner and I in the previous video that we just did. Tanner is a sponsor of this video, but he's also my style coach.
Yeah, I would love to chat with you guys, especially because you'll find out that my approach is very similar to what Matt and the Block team do. It's minimum effective dose. It's how this contributes to your overall quality of life, not making this the biggest, most important thing that you have going on. So if you want to
Takato no mai haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harmon, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama o moana, ki hararara ma tautau e te ranginai, aroha atu araha mai, tātou e ai, tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harmon and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting work and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harmon and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harmon's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Harmon and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko waikara te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko tangaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nā kau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I like to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that has been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, the not, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well, and really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, te parahita o te putaya, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi marie o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatua nuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā moriora. And what it sort of the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the planetary boundaries framework. And, you know, it was that, somebody's actually, you know, put the numbers around this. You know, my background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, you know, and then, you know, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, you know, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, you know, and Owen talking about, you know, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, you know, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, you know, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, you know, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, you know, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, you know, we have a really big problem and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called planetary accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Stefan and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. And behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person, and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Rathi, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be now, that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP, and like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply. And without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the Earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally. So I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so I'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about their technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see 2 types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged in from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think they're two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, where with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so, because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. You know, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, you know, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, you know, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, you know, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment. Therefore, you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton, there's the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of the problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And and we did a talk with Ariaki around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that affecting, exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products, and you know, how you can actually improve the design of these. So, you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Haman and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that it's at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Haman and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Haman, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use time to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign on all the people of the world. So thank you so much, everybody, for participating today. And with